Hello and welcome. Good afternoon to another edition of Atlas Information Live. We are, as always, pleased that you could join us. And we are going to be sharing with you the link if you wish to join the live stream. There it is on screen, and it's in the chat as well. Today, we're going to be exploring in some greater depth the relationship between various egos that we all live with to one degree or another. And specifically, we're going to be looking at the relationship between lust and fear. Now, esoterically or mythologically, or how else you wish to understand it, perhaps traditionally is the better way to put it. Lilith, who was the first wife of Adam, is said to be the mother of all demons. She's said to be a queen of hell itself. And Lilith, the demon, has a husband, Asmodeus. And in many cases, Asmodeus is also related with lust, because Lilith is related to lust. Desire. And desire being the chief characteristic of the inversion of the feminine force. Lilith is embodied in what's known as the Whore of Babylon. That force, that entity which brings about the downfall of the civilization and the fall of the Tower of Babel. It is desire, and desire is the mother of all egos. But there are different characteristics of desire. There's the desire of I want, which we can characterize as craving. But then there's the inverse of that. It's the other side of the same coin. We call it aversion. In simple terms, what we don't want. Now, in our own experience of lust, we know that lust is all about what we want, what we desire, what we lust for, what we lust after. I want to have that. Very rarely do we think of lust as an aversion. I don't want that. Where we are repelled. Now, from an aesthetic point of view or from a sexual point of view, we can be repelled by someone, by their appearance, by their behavior, by the energy that they exude. We can find them repellent or repulsive. But if we feel into that, it's not exactly lust at the heart of that. Lust may be involved insofar as that which is repellent to us and repulsive to us does not fit the mold of that which is attractive or that which is desirous. But it is really hard to pin this one on lust. I don't want that. So what is it? And what we discover, if you look into the medieval mystics, and when you look into many of the different texts and tomes discussing what the deadly sins are and the 7 deadly sins, lust is in there. But in many lists, fear is absent. Now, just for a moment, let's step back and take a secular, materialist, scientific stance and recognize that all of the egos work for mechanical nature. All of the egos as mechanical programs, mechanical algorithms that govern animals and plants, even for that matter, and their behaviors. Lust's primary function in mechanical nature is survival. Procreation among animals. This is the driving force by which species endure, that they survive and they persist. Survive and persist. Endure, live. That survival of the species, if we go to social animals, animals who exist and coexist in packs or prides or hives or gaggles or what have you, murders. That's like a murder of crows, flocks of particular birds, right? Gaggles of geese. We have many different words describing many different types of animals whose survival depends on some kind of uh, cooperative or mutual symbiosis, some sort of harmonic collective existence. And where that collective existence is truly social, for example, a pack of wolves or a pride of lions or a troop of primates, there is a social order which is maintained, and that social order, that dominance hierarchy, exists for, among other things, the establishment of mating rights and orders. The survival of the troop, the survival of the pack, the survival of the pride is dependent upon having the alpha male, the strongest, the smartest, the boldest, the most cunning, the one with the greatest constitution, to have first mating rights in the social order. Why? To ensure the strongest, smartest, most clever, most cunning offspring to ensure the best gene pool. And long after that alpha is gone and over the hill and been replaced, his ongoing survival and the survival of his entire extended family is going to depend on the proliferation of those genes and the execution of the algorithm, of the program known as lust, of procreation. This is lust's purpose on the level of mechanical nature. And so it is the well-being, the stability, solidity, the strength, and survivability of the pack, of the pride, of the collective depends entirely upon procreation, and therefore on the function of lust. Again, this is on the level of mechanical nature. Now, in some way, shape, or form, all of the egos, all of the programs, all of the algorithms that deal with survival and survivability in some way encapsulate this aspect of lust to some degree. So, for example, gluttony, the desire to eat. This is, again, is entirely related to survivability. And like lust, gluttony is all about gaining something, taking something in, receiving something, becoming full with something. But then we come to what is as powerful as any desire to take something in order to survive. And that is the desire to repel, to oppose, to block, to protect from, to force something away. That desire, that aversion, which is wholly committed and wholly intended and purposeful for one reason and one reason alone: survival. That ego, that program, that algorithm on the level of mechanical nature is fear. And fear expresses itself, as people typically understand it, as fight or flight. Fear is very active in that sense, and very reactive in that sense. And that's typically how most people think about, they talk about the fight or flight instinct. That's how most people understand the mechanism of fear. We're meditating on all of this. And as we were meditating on all of this, we realized that both lust and fear have a masculine aspect and a feminine aspect. But one is more feminine than the other, and one is more masculine than the other. And then we we just said, well, what might be the symbolic or allegorical representation of this? And sure enough, we came across the symbols of Lilith and Asmodeus. And without doing any sort of intellectual research or reading or anything about it, other than the fact that Lilith is the mother of all demons, she was the wife of Adam, but the queen of hell and the mother of all demons, well, that's lust. But Asmodeus is also called lust in many ways, by many places, by many traditions. But Asmodeus is the husband of Lilith. Fear and lust are two sides of the same coin. In the same way that pride and shame are two sides of the same coin. Because there is no other ego which is so powerful a force and so monumental a driving motivator inside of us than fear. And there is no algorithm, there's no process that drives animals in mechanical nature more than fear. Because fear is how they survive. And the relationship between the dominance hierarchy and the right to procreate is so intimately interwoven and interconnected that you end up with a strict dominance hierarchy in which the alpha controls and has dominance over the pack. And it is that dominance that affords him first right of refusal in terms of choosing mates. We have said before that the desire to control and the desire to dominate was fear. The desire to be in control of outcomes. We all know, especially in this day and age, that there is an entire, what shall we call it, school of sexual practice, perhaps is how else we call it. We don't want to call it a fetish necessarily, but there's S&M and there's bondage and there's domination and submission. That's S&M. Well, no, S&M is sadomasochism. Dominance and submission. There's an entire school of sexuality in which the titillation comes from dominant partners seeking out submissive partners so they can play out this power fantasy, this power dynamic. And without the dominant one, unless they feel dominant, they can't get it up. They can't get aroused. They're cold, and they'll remain cold unless they can find themselves a sub, to use their parlance, a submissive. And then their titular arousal is stimulated. Then lust comes alive. for them. It's the same way in the reverse for the submissive. But the submissive wants to be dominated. They want to be taken, as it were. They want to be, not in a harsh way or a sadistic, masochistic way. That's another school of sexual degeneration. That's another school of fetishization, if that's even a word. Fetishizing, it must be, because fetishizing is a word. This intimate relationship between Lilith and Asmodeus, between lust and fear, is worthwhile for us all to meditate on and observe in our lives, because we can learn much about ourselves. We can learn much about what is holding us back, what is still remains as an obstacle to us on the path. Lust may be the mother of all egos, the whore of Babylon, but we say it now and we proclaim it thus: that whore has a pimp. If lust is the mother of all egos, then fear is their father. Both lust and fear intimately related to survival. Now, so what? What does it matter? What can we possibly learn or benefit, or how do we apply this in any meaningful way? There are multiple different ways, but before we get into that, let's delve deeper into the metaphysical scientific mechanics of these aspects of lust and fear. We mentioned how both have masculine and feminine qualities to them. But one is more masculine, one is more feminine. They are two halves of the same coin, so there's a lot of overlap. From this point forward, let us comprehend as if there is an inverted law of creation at play here, and that we have a feminine force, Lilith, lust. Why? Because that is the desire to procreate. And procreation is impossible without the feminine force, the receptive force, which receives the seed and nurtures and grows the seed in its womb. It is the very nature of the feminine force. That desire, and the word itself, remember, we began this entire discourse with the objective observation that desire, craving, is the desire to receive, to take, and to bring into oneself something. I want to have that. That is what I have. It's over there. I want it here. This is a feminine force, a receptive force. That's why lust is feminine, Lilith. But the other force, aversion, to push away is to thrust, is to drive. It's an outward motion. That is a masculine force. Aversion is masculine. When these two forces combine and unite, they give rise, they give birth to all of the other egos, which are some version of being filled up or being emptied out of, to taking and receiving or giving, thrusting, imposing, i.e., dominance and control. And again, this is reflected in the fight or flight instinct aspect of fear. But we know, because we've discussed it before, there are two more aspects of fear that people never think about. There's fight, there's flight, those are masculine. But then there's, freeze and fawn. To be paralyzed with fear, to be dominated by fear itself, to be dominated by whatever is the object of the fear. Like a deer in headlights who becomes fascinated, who becomes completely mesmerized and paralyzed with fear. This is to freeze. And then the fourth, and perhaps the most insidious of all expressions of fear, to fawn, where the threat is so pervasive and so strong and so dominant that the subject becomes enamored by the threat. The subject has no choice but to give themselves, throw themselves at the feet of that dominance and submit to it. This is an inversion of humility. This is a dark, twisted corruption of what it means to be humble and what it means to surrender to one's higher self. This is the inversion of that. To fawn. To fawn is to lavish your oppressor with all of your gifts and all of your energy and all of your love, essentially love. This, in terms of humans, we have a word for this. There's a phenomenon for this. It's called the Helsinki syndrome. It comes from that famous case study where these terrorists took a bunch of hostages, and then by the end of it, the hostages formed lasting bonds and lasting relationships with their kidnappers. The people who took away their freedom or threatening their lives became such objects of admiration and adoration that their victims began fawning over them. I'm sorry. Yes, you know what? You're right. You're right. It wasn't Helsinki syndrome. It was Stockholm syndrome. We're terrible with names. We've said it before. We'll say it again. We always forget them and we'll always get them mixed up. Thank you, Safit, for that correction. It's Stockholm syndrome. It was Stockholm, Sweden. We were thinking about it, say Helsinki. As soon as we said it, we said that doesn't sound right, but we don't know what the right one is. So we're waiting for someone to correct us. So we have that. We know that that's real. We know that even among humans is real. Safit says, "Well, we were close. You know what? We're certain we're not the first person to get Helsinki and Stockholm mixed up. Just like people get Sweden and Norway mixed up, and that whole Nordic region to those who are not from there is a bit of a blur. Um, so coming back to it again, lust and fear. There's clearly masculine and feminine expressions of each. There's feminine expressions of fear and there's masculine expressions of lust, and vice versa. And this, knowing this, being able to observe this, can help us comprehend the nature of the ego that we're observing working in us. We mentioned how in the write-up for today's talk, Master Samael described how fear was one of the greatest egos he had to overcome. And often when people enter into the studies of gnosis, they focus on lust a lot, because lust is one of those obviously very, very, very difficult egos to overcome, of course. Not just because we have likely become very habituated to it, and because we are surrounded and inundated by it, and because it is constantly being stimulated in the culture society we live in today, and it is celebrated, it is worshipped. Lilith is worshipped in this day and age. But fear is, we won't say it's glorified in the same way, but fear is every bit as all pervasive. But fear is far more subtle than lust. And surely, if you've observed yourself, you observe that in yourself. Lust, the very nature of lust is to be out there. Lust is a blooming flower. If you think about it in those terms, a flower is a beautiful thing. We don't want to say anything against flowers. But what a flower is an organ, it's a sexual organ of the plant. It is there designed to attract what that plant needs in order to reproduce. And so flowers produce beautiful perfumes, which are the pheromones of the plant. And they are these vibrant colors, which to us, as beautiful as they are, they're nothing compared to how insects see those flowers, because the insects' vision is on the ultraviolet on the ultraviolet spectrum, and flowers glow in the same way that if you look at those cameras, those night vision cameras and goggles, and things that are UV fluorescent, and they have any light, they glow in the dark under night vision. And that's how insects see the world. To them, it's one psychedelic trip of glowing phosphorescent flowers for them to feed on. And of course, all flowers that rely on pollinators, their sexual organs are exposed. They're, to use a term that is used in the animal kingdom, they are displaying themselves, and they're displaying the fact that they are fertile, that they are ripe, that they're in heat, essentially. It's the same thing that female mammals do, especially in packs. That the female, when she's in heat, she will put herself on display. And that is the behavior which invites the dominant male to come in and carry through his alpha male status and take advantage of his first right of refusal mating rights. This is the feminine aspect of lust, the invitation, the attraction in order to receive, to get what one desires, which relates directly to survival. There is no stronger instinct in all of nature than the instinct to survive. And that's what fear is. It's the survival instinct. But fear is not passive in that way. Fear does not invite. How can you function if you're under threat? What you're going to wait for somebody to save you? You've got to take action. You got to fight or flight. That's the masculine aspect of fear. The feminine aspect of fear is, as we just said, you don't do anything. You freeze. You become passive. Or you fawn, which is you become accepting. You accept your oppressor. You accept the dominance of the other one, of the threat. The threat is threatening your freedom, your security, your life. So what do? You throw yourself at their mercy. You fawn on them. That is the expression of feminine energy through fear. This aspect of fear, this forceful take action for the sake of one's survival, extends into levels and levels and levels of expression of survival, so that one's comfort and security becomes a dialed down version of survival. So when we look at an ego like greed, for example, we can say greed is a lust for comfort and security. But what drives comfort and security is fear. The two things are inseparable. You would never desire comfort and security if you didn't have the fear of death. And that's why it is not enough to say that lust is the mother of all egos. That's only half the picture. It's only half the picture. It's not enough to say desire is the mother of all egos and all egos, lust for this, lust for that, lust. Okay, fine. But that's only half the picture, because it doesn't take into account all of these active modalities of egos. It doesn't take into account the fight or flight instinct, because the desire to survive is there, but the feminine way of doing that is to freeze or fawn. And if we really meditate and feel into this, we discover that the masculine, aggressive, active expression of sexuality is domination. This is why that hideous and horrendous crime exists in the world that we call rape. Rape, the experts say, is not sexual. Rape is not lust, the experts say. Rape is a dominance behavior. Rape is violence. But this is where modern psychology fails, because they do not understand egos. They do not understand the interplay between the masculine and feminine force, and they do not understand the creative law of three. You cannot create without both forces. It is impossible to conceive of lust without the masculine influence. Because without the masculine influence, there's no point to lust. Without having both masculine and feminine there's no procreation. It's impossible. The entire universe is predicated upon that triunity of masculine, feminine, and their union. So to say that rape is not sexual is 100% ignorant. 100%. To say that homosexuality among animals, or humping among animals, among males in nature, is not homosexuality, it's dominance behavior. Yeah, it's dominance behavior. For what purpose? To what end? So they can achieve alpha status and have dominant mating rights. That is why it is expressing itself that way, in the same way that those males would perform the sexual act with females. To force, to dominate another in the sexual act is an act of violence. It is an act of domination. It is born out of insecurity and out of deep-seated anger and frustration, rage. But rage is born of fear. Anger is born of fear. Anger is born out of the frustration that that circumstances do not conform to how we want them to be. That is our imposition onto the world, our identification and attachment to outcomes. There is no more masculine sexual expression than the word outcome. We don't have to walk you through the phonetics and the etymology of the word outcome to understand exactly what that is referring to. To have an attachment to outcomes and a desire for a certain outcome is a sexual desire, because Lilith is the mother of all egos. The desire for outcomes, even women can identify and relate to that particular terminology, because any woman who has ever wanted a child, who has ever wanted a baby, she has one focus during the sexual act with her partner. She's focused on one outcome. And she prays that that outcome will lead to the satisfaction that she seeks, that longing that she seeks, and that is to have a new life growing inside of her. But that is dependent upon an outcome. And so outcome is control, is dominance of circumstances, which is fear, but it is 100% lust. The word outcome is there. This is how intimate Asmodeus and Lilith are. This is how intimately connected fear and lust is. You cannot separate the two. You can't. Because they are both intrinsically and intimately related to survival and survival of the ego. And that includes, just as it does for mechanical nature, the reproduction, the spreading, the proliferation of egos, because egos do not just sit there twiddling their thumbs, waiting for their opportunity to get to the head of the line or get to the top of the mountain or sit upon the iron throne, as was recently revealed to us as we contemplated. We had a discussion with somebody about Game of Thrones, and we were explaining how we never watched the show, how we only got halfway through the first episode, and we decided it was Dynasty with dragons, and that and the soft porn aspect of it really wasn't keen. We weren't keen on putting ourselves through that kind of those kind of impressions on a regular basis. So we abandoned the show. We didn't watch the show. And then, as we were retrospecting on that conversation and retrospecting on the fact that, but the show was so compelling to so many people, and suddenly it just, in a flash, it was there. The answer was there, and that is the Iron Throne itself. Game of Thrones and the 7 houses, the 7 deadly sins, and the 7 great the 7 great virtues, how all the different characters are representing different aspects of egos and different virtues, and all of them are jockeying for position over the Iron Throne, or the Iron Throne. In other words, to rule the kingdom. The fate of the kingdom is in their hands. And it's this, and then more came to us. For example, we knew of the character Denarius, or Denaries. Denarius is actually a Roman currency, silver coins we can't remember the dates, but the denarius was a type of Roman currency, and currency is energy, currency is power. And of course, Daenerys in Game of Thrones, she is called the mother of dragons. Daenerys is the personification of the Divine Mother, because who else can be the mother of dragons but Divine Mother Devi Kundalini Shakti? So we are now watching the show, and we are opening ourselves and searching, not searching, but availing ourselves in a meditative state to watch the show, seeking more signs of esoteric wisdom in that particular show. It's still very soap opera-ish, for lack of a better word, but clearly the notion of the Iron Throne itself the Iron Throne itself is made up of the melted swords and melted weapons of all the defeated lords, all those who were defeated in order to ascend the throne. That's what the throne is made from. So the throne itself is an allegory for our many egos that constitute our individual shaitan, the false self. And the egos, all the houses, all those characters and all those houses, because there's many different expressions of each ego, they're all jockeying for position. Safit says, I thought it also had a 5 elements aspect. We're only 6 episodes in, so but clearly there's what is it, Westerfeld, which is the northern, right? And they had the ice wall, and then they had the southern, they have the south, which is a lot of heat and this and that, and then clearly there's east and west coming to. So the 4 cardinal points. So, and they have the 4 elements at least. We haven't encountered ether as such per se, but then again, we're 6 episodes in. So give us a chance, because there's 8 seasons. So we've hardly just scratched the surface of the show. So give us a chance, and when we're completed it, and when we're a few episodes into House of Dragon, then we will possibly do some kind of a live stream about it, and we can have a discussion about it then. Then. So the practical application of knowing this, and we've said this before, how fear is the great chameleon, is to recognize that all of our egos want to reproduce. What they desire is our sexual force. And what they seek to control and dominate is our consciousness. In other words, the feminine aspect of ego desires our sexual energy, because that is what they use to proliferate, to multiply. And the masculine aspect of egos, which is fear, seeks to dominate our mind, our consciousness, our emotions, our physical body. And together, they do this dance, this hypnotic dance, Lilith and Asmodeus. And it is a hypnotic dance that they dance together, that they achieve what they want. To control and dominate, and to take, to steal, to receive, to siphon away in order to procreate. This is the whole of every ego. This is what every demon does. This is the foundation. Fear and lust are the mother and the father of all our egos, the false self, the individual shaitan, and everything that we face and we battle inside of us are a product of lust and fear. This is why we said in the write-up for today's talk is that, in the new age, because of course in the new age, nobody is willing to give up the orgasm. Nobody wants to do that. So nobody rails against lust in the new age. So what do they say? They say fear is the opposite of love. Fear is the antithesis of love. And if only we could get rid of fear, we can get rid of everything. We can get rid. We can solve all the problems in the world, and everybody will love each other. And of course, they really want everybody to love each other, because many people in the new age spiritual community, they want to write up soul contracts with people, and they want to have as many sexual partners as they possibly can, and they want to have a big spiritual sexual orgies, just like Osho did on his ranch in the United States, in his whatever he called it, his spiritual community or whatever the hell it was. They want to have their cake and eat it too. They want to have their lustful, spiritual rainbows and unicorn orgies with each other. Multiple partners, as many partners as you want. No, we don't want that oppressive, masculine, patriarchal thing called marriage. We don't want to have to commit ourselves to one single partner. That's oppressive. That's fear-based. Yeah, so it's totally that. Now, but what do we make of the fact that the Christian mystics in the Middle Ages, when they were writing up the 7 deadly sins, lust was in there, but fear wasn't? What do we make of that? We should all know this history, that the Catholic Church was essentially founded on fear. Constantine went into battle with countless symbols, religious symbols, spiritual symbols painted on the shields and armor of all of his troops. I can't remember the name of the battle, but he went to battle, but he painted a lot of crosses and a lot of Pax Christus, the P and the X with the cross, and fish, which was the sign of the Christians. There was lots of fish and crosses and Pax Christus and images like that. And he won this battle, which was 1,000,000 to 1 chance of winning. He was way outnumbered, and et cetera, et cetera. So he took it as a sign. Combined with that, and the ferocity with which the Christians fought, and the ferocity with which they died and were willing to martyr themselves, and he realized that his religion, the Roman religion, had become stale and idolatrous. And this new religion, this Christianity, gave people such a fire and such a fervor, and it seemed to work miracles on the battlefield. So, hey, that's going to be the new religion of Rome, because it was going to help secure his rule, would help secure the empire. Well, it gets actually really interesting. You can give them credit if you want, but the Black Lodge is anyway. We can get into the history and the politics of the Nicene Council and all that stuff at a different time. But of course, that's one of the reasons why they had to redact all those Gospels and redact all the books of the Bible, and they only kept those books of the Bible that they could readily control the message and easily contain the message is what they wanted. So they wanted a wrathful, judgeful God, and They wanted a message. They wanted to be able to put the fear of God in the populace. And this is a tradition that the Catholic Church upheld and maintained because fear is control. Fear is dominance. The Catholic Church was born of a Caesar, was born out of politics. And politics is all about control, about governance. So that is why we live in a world which is possessed by fear, in which fear is proliferated all around all the time. That's why there's no good news. There's no such, there's no news like bad news. And why all the news is bad news. And while we're constantly bombarded with this danger and that danger, and this is going to kill you, and that's going to kill you, and don't do this and don't do that. Well, it was in the 80s, it was this you shouldn't eat. Now it's that you shouldn't eat because you're going to get this diabetes and that diabetes. And so a Christian mystic writing about the 7 deadly sins is not going to include fear. Because fear is good. The fear of God is good. That's what keeps us on the right side of the line. And fear of Muslims and fear of Jews and fear of pagans. Oh yeah, this is what keeps us on the right side of the line. And fear of witches and fear of heretics. This is what keeps everybody in line. And now today, we have a new age which rails against fear. Fear is the worst thing in the world, and fear this and fear that, and we got to get rid of fear, and fear is the opposite of love and everything else. You mention lust to them. You so much as whisper it to them, and they will lose their shit. They will attack you with such ferocity, like a mother bear protecting her cubs. Why? Because lust and fear are one. They are one. They are two halves of the same, they're two sides of the same coin. They are the masculine and the feminine aspects that unite to produce all egos, all desires, all cravings and aversions. And they are 100% committed to each other for one purpose and one purpose alone: survival. And on a metaphysical level, it's their own self-preservation and proliferation. They are the foundational, they are the nucleus, the center, the foundational cornerstone of all animal behavior and all mechanical nature. Survival and proliferation of the species. But it requires both the masculine and feminine. It requires both lust and fear united as one. Because it is the desire to procreate is nothing without the desire for survival. That's the desire for survival of the species. And the desire to control and dominate is nothing without the benefits that come along with that. Namely, to have the first choice of mates in that particular example. control outcomes, to desire outcomes. And we explained, even in the language. But then there's comfort and security, which is a different kind of like the cocooning aspect, the hoarding aspect. We've talked about this in the past. We've described that in multiple different egos, it's an expression of being emptied, being spent, or being filled up, being full. Being full is the feminine energetic wave, force. How do we even describe that? Is it a, it's not a force, it's a state, the receptive state. And the masculine is the expressive state. The masculine wants to empty itself of what it has. And the feminine wants to receive what others have. And that is, as above, so below. That's expressed in every single sexual act, be it man, animal, vegetable, or mineral. In fact, consciousness itself operates on that basis. You couldn't even process, you couldn't even experience this moment if the receptive, feminine aspect of your consciousness wasn't there to receive the masculine, expressive aspect of our consciousness. Tantra is way beyond the mere sexual act. It goes into very existence itself. To be requires each and every moment, each and every experience is an act of creation, where the masculine expressive side of the universe is being received by the feminine receptive aspect of the universe. And when they unite, they create an experience. This is happening on the highest levels in the sixth dimension, in consciousness itself. This way of understanding and having this background available to us as a framework will help us face and better know how to approach the egos we observe in ourselves, the habits, the defects and vices that are causing us suffering and that are potentially causing others suffering in our lives. So a moment ago, we mentioned hoarding as a feminine expression of fear. It's lust, of course, because you're filling yourself up. You're surrounding yourself with that which gives you comfort and security. So people hoard things that make them feel safe. But of course, you can never be safe. And if you're indulging fear, and the act of hoarding something, fear is telling you that you just need another 1,000 cans of soup in your bunker. you've got 25 rifles, you've got 2 million rounds of ammunition, and you've got 25,000 cans of Campbell's soup. Okay, you're doing pretty good, but to really feel safe, you need another couple thousand cans of soup. And maybe another couple hundred gallons of water to add to your 5,000 gallons that you have in the cistern. Maybe get a couple hundred jugs. And you'll write it down on a list and you'll pin it up on a board. And you'll say, that's my to-do list. That's what I'm saving for. I got all my other bills and everything I do, but that's my next milestone. That's the next level I got to get. And then I'll feel really comfortable and secure and safe. And you'll save up your money and you'll make sacrifices and everything else you'll need to do in order to get, and you'll get that extra 1,000 cans of soup, and you'll get the extra 500 rounds of ammunition. You'll get the gallons of water and everything else that you put on your list. And now you'll look at your inventory, 26,000 cans of soup, 25,500 rounds of ammunition, 5,500 gallons of water. Okay, all right. Now we're good. Now we're good, you're going to say. And that feeling will last a few hours, few days, few weeks, however long, depending on your hoarding, how strong your hoarding instinct is. But then one day, you'll go down into your bunker to just check up on everything, make sure everything's okay. You're going to check the mouse traps, because those pesky things get everywhere, and you can't have them getting into your cans of Campbell's soup now, can you? So you got mouse traps everywhere. You got to protect it. Your bunkers, you got to make sure your bunker's secure. And there are no rats down there. So you're checking all the rat traps and the mouse traps. You're checking all the rat poison you put out and everything else. And then as you're doing that, you're going to glance up. You're going to say, you know, there's an empty wall over there. You know, I could put some more shelves there. I could put some more shelves. I got room for at least another 2,000 cans. And that whole space over there, that's empty there too. That's a good another 25 jugs of water. Or, you know, I could break open that wall and dig and make a crawl space in there. And then board it all up. I could have an extra little stash. I could put a whole bunch. I could move all the ammunition down into the crawl space, and that'll free up this much over here. I could fit another 10,000 cans and 50 gallons of water. And so it goes. And as soon as those thoughts come into your head, you're never going to feel safe and comfortable anymore with what you have. And you're going to need more, and you're going to need more and more and more and more. And this is the great con job, the great distraction, the great... We can spend... Wealthy people, for example, can try spending the rest of their life meditating on greed. But if they don't comprehend this, what we're talking about now, if they don't get to the bottom of their greed and discover at its heart, at its foundation, lust and fear, they may never comprehend their greed. If they think that their nonstop accumulation of wealth and their inability to stop, their inability to give it up or give it away, most of them, or maybe not most, those who have families and dynasties never give it away. They hoard it and they keep it in the family. But those who give it away to charity, the philanthropists and so on, they often give it away at the end of their life because they realize I can't take it with me, and I'm gonna die. It's when it's those people. It's when they realize I'm gonna die. I'm mortal. I'm dying. I'm gonna die. Nothing can stop that. And all this shit that I've been accumulating all my life is completely, completely superfluous. And so they have a kind of comprehension and realization that it was never about greed. It was about fear. The fear of death. And the desire, the lust for validation of some kind. The desire to be something, because inherently inside of them was this void, this pit of not being. That is the hunger which drives lust and fear. The void inside, the fact that I can't feel my being, my true self. And so lust and fear, which are what? They're designed to fill the void. Like gluttony is designed to fill the void in your stomach. And like a desire to control outcomes is the aspect of lust that women leverage and take advantage of in order to fill themselves and fill their womb with what they long for, which is going to give them that feeling of satisfaction, that they fulfilled their purpose and meaning in life. If nothing else, they've had a child. And why women are, in the classical sense, the seductress. And regardless of what men think or when men want to believe about the sexual act and the sexual dynamic between man and woman, we have, because of the nature of the house guest that we live with, which is fear, and because of the dynamic that that particular entity has introduced into every single sexual relationship in our life and our experience, and what it has attracted into our life, who it has attracted into our life, and what has been in play in that individual, and how all of this created this dynamic of dominance and control, we can tell you unequivocally that regardless of what men think about who has domination and control during the sexual act, we guarantee that 50 plus 1% of the population of women believe that they are 100% in control. And if men are honest with themselves, that's the truth. That's the truth. Because at any given moment in time, a woman has the ability to produce the desired outcome that she wants. And that's the truth if men are honest with themselves. And they put their pride and their male ego aside and they realize how much control women have. And we don't have to speculate about this. We know this not only from experience, but we were told outright. And it was made very, very, very clear. And this is why in ancient times, I mean, why women are often painted with a certain brush in ancient times about being the seductress, and why Lilith is female. Because that aspect, right, like the flower attracting the pollinators, that the desire, that is the survival instinct. Now, what's really interesting is when, oh yeah, well, first of all, Safit says something here that's maybe worthwhile mentioning. Fear fought with fear. Okay, let's talk about this for just 1 second. Fear is domination and control. Now, if you get the right balance of feminine passivity and masculine activity, those two things can flow into each other and find a happy, comfortable medium of dynamic. This is the dominance and submissive thing that we were talking about earlier. Domination and submission, right? But if two forces come and they are very, very energetically attuned, including with masculine feminine polarities, if two dominant forces meet each other, forget about one being a woman and one being a man, and they're both heterosexual, if they're both coming at it with that dominant active force, I'm the one, I'm going to be in control, forget it. It's if you've ever watched two bison butting heads and you can hear the crack for literally hundreds of miles across the prairie, you get a sense of the conflict, right? It's like, it's the same thing when you're trying to take two magnets and push the same polarity against one another. The force that's repelling, it's like, no, this is not going to happen. They do not go together like that. And we've experienced this firsthand. It's but the same thing can happen with two submissive people. And then you have this can get even more complicated when you're dealing with someone who is not aggressive, overtly, extrovertedly aggressive, but someone who's has a strong masculine dominant force, in other words, a strong demon of fear to control and dominate, but they're packaged inside of an introverted personality. So they are passive aggressive. Clearly, we are extroverted. And the dominance and control inside of us comes out of us overtly. Like we wear our heart on our sleeve. In every way, we're extroverted. We're an open book. It just, what comes into us flows out of us, and we're just like a conduit that way. But some people are introverts and they suck everything in and they hold everything in. They keep everything in. But if inside of them they have a very powerful fear, which is dominant and aggressive, but it's inside of almost a submissive, mousy, feminine, passive vehicle. This is where we end up with the incredible toxicity of the passive aggressive person and the passive aggressive, where all that active aggressive force is being focused inside of them to a point, and where it kind of achieves a fusion reaction, and that fusion reaction releases this radioactive toxicity, this radiation. And when you step into that radioactive field, this is the passive aggressive energy that you feel from them, where they're totally restrained, they're totally controlled, they're totally not overt, but it's in the subtext. It's this radiation coming out. They're not punching you in the face. It's not their way. They're not extrovert. They're introverted, but they're aggressive, and they're controlling, and they're manipulating. And that's that vibe you get from them. Like you're being manipulated, you're being controlled, but it's not overt. You can't put your finger on it. This is the way of the SJWs, for example. This is the way of that movement of gaslighting, of going around, of undermining, of hollowing out, of dismantling, of it's never mano a mano, face to face, direct, because they're cowards. They're slimy. They're Grima Wormtongue, to go back to Lord of the Rings. They're underhanded. Because remember, the desire to dominate and control is fear. And it takes courage to be an extrovert. To be an introvert, you don't have the courage to do that. You don't have the courage to step out mano a mano and face to face. No. You scheme and you back. So again, let's go back to Game of Thrones. Let's look at what the characters there do. Underhanded, undermining, backstabbing, weaseling, plotting, scheming. And for what? For dominance and control. But they're cowards. They're cowards. It's all fear. And the person who gets extroverted and in control, and they lose their shit, they lose control, and their fear becomes anger, their desire to dominate and control becomes anger. Well, that's what anger is. It's just that, and lots of times that's triggered because fight or flight is triggered by fear. That's fear. That's the fear reaction. And without giving any details, we happen to know someone who went through an experience very recently in which, unbeknownst to them, they took steps which got in the way of somebody's desire, somebody's schemes and plots. And they rather innocently and rather unknowingly just got in the way. And next thing you know, they were being beaten black and blue by the person whose plans they had foiled. Because for that individual, those plans, that plot, was, from their perspective, a matter of life and death. It was survival. And so he felt perfectly justified and completely rationalized beating the living hell out of her. he in that moment was just like Mama Bear protecting her cubs. But it was a he. Just like the Mama Bear, when she's protecting her cubs, and she'll even risk facing a male grizzly twice her size, because male grizzlies will eat grizzly cubs. They will do that because their survival, right? It's fear. And that mama bear will square off and face even a grizzly male to give her cubs a chance, a fighting chance, a head start to get away. And she hopes that she'll convince the male that it's more trouble than it's that going after her cubs is more trouble than it's worth. But in that moment, that mama bear, she's not expressing the feminine aspect of fear. Yes, she's expressing the feminine aspect of fear in that she fears for the survival of her cubs and the survival of her species in that immediate sense. But that fight or flight, that active, expressive, that's the masculine side coming through to face the threat head on. At the root and at the bottom, the foundation of every ego, of everything that we observe in ourselves, we can start pulling at the strings and we unravel these egos and we get to the heart of the matter. And at the heart of the matter is the survival of the ego itself, which is fear and lust, the desire to proliferate and the desire to survive. That is the instinct that every ego has. That's part of their algorithm, and that's part of what makes them operate. Which is why all this talk of letting go of your egos, let's once and for all let that go. Let's let go of that. That ridiculous, inane, naive, ignorant, and just plain idiotic and stupid notion. If after an hour and a half of discussing how the fundamental aspect of every single ego is its own survival and proliferation, and comparing their behaviors to that of a mother bear comparing her cubs, is not indication enough to you that you cannot let your egos go, then you are lost and hopeless and you will end up in hell. And you might as well give up and walk away if you think you can just let go of your egos. Like so many lost, forlorn, and ignorant and stupid, naive people. Have you ever tried letting go of a fungal infection? Just let that go. Or bronchitis? Have you ever had bronchitis? Does your body just let it go? Is that how it works? Is that how the immune system works? Your body just lets it go, does it? Or cancer. Do you just let cancer go too? Is that how it works? Or any other parasite? A tick? Do you think the poor animal dying at the side of the road can let go of the maggots that are now starting to consume it? Let's not be stupid and let's not be naive. And when you hear a New Ager talk like that, ask them. Ask them if they've ever had a fungal infection, and ask them if they just let it go. and ask them if a mother bear, just, if you see a couple bear cubs in the woods, oh, they're so cute. And you run over and you pick one up and you start cuddling it and, just ask them if they think the mother bear is just going to let that go. And recognize that today we have outright spoken out against the Christian mystics of the medieval ages, whose famous 7 deadly sins left out the father of all sins, and how we're speaking out against the so-called New Age movement and its so-called wisdom of the Aquarian age, of the new golden age, who have their own perverted version of what is the antithesis of love. Oh, it's fear. Oh yeah, and they conveniently leave out lust. Why? Because it doesn't serve them to include it. And how often have we said that some of the most dangerous information, the most dangerous lies, the most harmful misinformation and disinformation is that which is 50% true, or 60% true, or 70%, or 80%, or 90% truth. And what we're sharing with you, you can't read in a book. You can't read it in scripture. We can't point you to this text or that text, or this tradition or that school. No, forget that. Everything that we're sharing with you comes from the book of life, from the book of reality, the living, breathing word of God in reality itself. Go and observe nature. Go and observe mechanical nature. Watch some nature documentaries. Don't go trying to pet baby cubs out in the wild. Don't do that. We don't recommend that. We don't recommend you exploring and discovering that truth that way, because mother bears are not forgiving teachers. But you know of what we speak. You know we are speaking the objective truth here. And while there are probably better sources than others, go and read about Lilith and Asmodeus. We are willing to bet in the tradition, the myth, the tradition of these two demons, you will discover more aspects of their relationship. Although we suggest you find better sources for them, because the fact that Asmodeus is just linked to lust is already erroneous. As we described, lust and fear are two sides of the same coin. Because the inclusion of domination and submission and control in the sexual act, and the domination in order to achieve a status in the dominance hierarchy. Now, of course, this is where we get into interesting explorations, because in one particular group of animals, the group of animals is known as a pride, a lion pride. And there's definitely the alpha, the leader of the pride. And then there's also the head, the leader, the alpha female, the alpha male and the alpha female. And there we have the word pride. Pride, then, how does pride factor into all of this? Because knowing that lust and fear, the desire for survival, the survival instinct, and the ego's need to persist and proliferate, those are covered with lust and fear. The next closest level up would have to be gluttony, because that's the desire to, again, to feed. And so gluttony would be the next and perhaps we could say gluttony is the child of lust and fear. And gluttony really is that when you observe yourself, when you go to an all-you-can-eat buffet and you finally can't eat another bite, and you sit down and you have that feeling of fullness, of stuffed. Oh, I'm so stuffed, right? And you filled yourself up, and now you feel comfortable and secure that you've had your fill. And that is that which is inside of you. What is around you, or what you own, would have to be greed. Greed is really gluttony externalized. Pride would have to be related to the control and dominance of the consciousness with the I, with the self. So when one makes the focal point of one existence one's I. So if the desire for survival and proliferation are the foundation, it's for the sake of the I. It's the survival and proliferation of the I. So pride is that making the I the focus and focal point. Whereas gluttony is more clearly a basic primal survival, to feed, to be fed, and to hoard as much as possible within the limits of what one can hoard. But of course, gluttony is all about exceeding those limits, isn't it? And gluttony expresses itself as internal hoarding. So when you have morbidly obese people who are morbidly obese, not because they have a glandular problem or some other medical condition, they are morbidly obese because they can't stop eating. They're hoarding. They're hoarding fat. They're hoarding energy. That's fear expressing itself through the physical body in the same way that the individual was hoarding ammunition and cans of Campbell's soup and gallons of water in their bunker. The individual is making of their own physical body a kind of bunker. They're increasing their fat stores. Again, in the animal kingdom, very useful, very practical for bears and for other hibernating animals and for other animals who, mammals specifically, who need to survive the long winter. So they layer on the fat stores, right? When all the fruits are ripe, and in the fall, and bears will eat literally, hundreds and hundreds of pounds of berries and get fat off that sugar. That's part of their survival. They're hoarding, they're storing, they're creating a storehouse of energy. Or the squirrels and the chipmunks and the other smaller mammals that, yeah, they might be layering on fat, but they've got their dens, and they're filling their dens with nuts and seeds, and they're hoarding. No, we are not animals, but inside of us are egos that are these programs. And we're intellectual animals. We have these programs, they're called egos. They work for mechanical nature. By understanding how egos work for mechanical nature, we can understand how they work in us. Because people hoard everything. Just watch the television show Hoarders. Go on YouTube and do a search for hoarders. And you will see people living with their homes as if they were a chipmunk in winter or preparing for the winter. And people will hoard everything or anything. And when you say, we have similarities, and you've seen it, then you know what we're talking about. What we're talking about is, what is the program? What is the algorithm that is running that makes them behave that way? It's a sickness, yes, but it's a program. It's a specific program. And what we're here sharing with you, and what we're getting to the bottom of, is what is the nature of that program, so that you can identify it. Because, as we've described in the Alm of Life, in the analogous ultimate methodology of psychology, the first step is mindfulness. To be able to recognize and diagnose a problem. It's like the first step of medicine. Before you can heal, you have to know what the problem is. If you have malware on your computer, before you can get rid of it, the anti-malware software has to know what it is. It has to know what it's doing, what it's affecting, how it's affecting it, and what's behind it. What's the code that's causing it? So by being able to get to the heart and bottom of these egos, and understanding that at their heart, one aspect of it is always going to be lust and fear, and the dynamic between them. This will give us a a meaningful way to approach it. Okay, Azazel asked a good question here. Didn't God say that we're worse than animals? It's a good starting point of humility to start with. Yes, he did say that we're worse than animals, but why is that? Because animals are innocent. Egos work for mechanical nature, and animals at that level need egos because they're innocent. They only have whatever consciousness they have at their level to be able to function as animals, but they're innocent. They're like children. Their souls are like children. In this humanity, you have people who willingly and eagerly participate in animal behavior. That's the difference. Animals follow their instincts, they follow their egos because they're animals, because that's their role in nature to do so. But human beings indulge our egos and overindulge our egos, even when we know it's wrong, even when we know it's unnecessary. And we identify with those egos. We identify with what the egos whisper to us and tell us is the truth, and we believe them because we like it. Which is another thing that you can tell the New Agers about letting go of their egos and letting go of this and letting go of that. You are never going to do that. You know why? Because you love it too much. You love your suffering and you love yourself and you love your egos way too much to let go of them. Animals are not like that. Just all you got to do is observe animals to know that they're not like that. They don't have that level of that type of self-awareness. And as Azil says, the innermost knows more than my consciousness can download. It's an interesting confluence of terminology there. Actually, your innermost knows what your consciousness can download. That's what your innermost knows. What you, Azazil, in your mind can know is greatly limited compared to what your monad and your consciousness knows. Just a slight. I think you were using consciousness in a different way there. All right. So where were we? So gluttony, we think it's pretty clear. Gluttony is like hoarding inside the body and hoarding fat and so on and so forth. And we describe that related to that with external hoarding, which is all comfort and security. It's all fear. Pride, we relate to for example, the pride of lions and the fact that having the alpha status in a pack affords one certain benefits. So one of the benefits that alpha status gives us is the first right of refusal when it comes to choosing a mate. Now, choosing a mate, choosing a sexual partner, in one way, shape, or form is related to affection and expressing affection. And even if it's just pure lust, it doesn't matter. There's still that aspect to it. And if it's emotional affection, whether that's inferior sentimentality or superior love, pride is the internalization or the direction of that love, of that affection to oneself. Pride, very simply expressed, is hoarding love. It's too much self-love, too much self-esteem. It's hoarding directed inward. So pride, you have the narcissist who loves themselves too much. It's like the introvert again when we were describing the introvert, the introvert who has a lot of love to give, but but that introversion becomes twisted and wrapped up in fear and I can't give love away to others, I might run out. And I can't give all of my love to some other person. They might take it all. They might break my heart. I might never be able to love again. I might lose the ability to love. Aha. Now, you see? We're going to protect our love. We're going to hoard our love. Now, speaking of love, well then, we're going to love ourselves. Because we need to love somebody. Because love needs to love. The energy must flow. Currency must flow. Niagara Falls will not be held back. So, direct it inward. Direct it at the self, at the I. The ego steals the love and uses the hoarding for comfort and security of love and cocoons itself around itself and inverts that love. It inverts that love. That energy becomes inverted. And just as the desire for dominance and control, if it's directed in through the introverted process, it creates a fusion reaction that releases all this negative radiation. If you take all of your love and all of your affection and all of your care and consideration for others and you direct it into yourself, then it's going to achieve another kind of uh, uh, um, fusion reaction in there. And the energy that's going to be produced is going to be this toxic radiation that we call the narcissistic sociopath. The narcissistic sociopath. The one who walks around with an aura, a field, an energetic field of indifference to everyone and everything around them. And instead, that field is a field of, it's a vacuum field. It's a suction field. And when these people enter a room, much the same way like the passive aggressive person, we call them an energy vampire. But the sociopathic narcissist or narcissistic sociopath, it's the same thing. They command they walk into a room, everybody looks at them, right? So much like the passive aggressive person, they control and they manipulate, but the narcissistic sociopath is focused on that receiving that consciousness, receiving that attention, having all eyes on them. They need to be the center of attention. They need to be on the red carpet, right? They need to be the whatever. They enter into the ballroom and all 300 people are gazing at them or looking at them. Oh, what is he wearing? Oh, what are they doing? What are they doing? And they feed on that. They relish on that. That's pride. But again, it's just lust and fear. Different aspects of that expressive and receptive form of proliferation or preservation of hoarding or of dominance and control or of seduction, because again, there's the seductive aspect of the narcissist, right? The narcissist blooms like a flower or like a peacock opening its feathers to draw in the attention, to draw in everything that it desires. But what does it desire? Energy and attention. It wants to hoard it and keep it for himself. But like all hoarders, it's never enough. It's never enough. That's pride. And what about greed? Well, we've already covered hoarding, and hoarding is really just a type of greed. It's just another type, like we said, gluttony is hoarding in the body. Gluttony is greed for food, right? Lust and the desire for comfort and security to never run out of food because it's a self-preservation thing, right? So if I layer on lots of fat, boy, I can go without food for 6 months and still survive. I can survive off of my fat stores, like bears in hibernation over the winter. That's why mammals put on fat. That's why we have that functionality in our bodies to do that, because that's precisely the survival instinct that mammals have, and then the capacity to survive things like nuclear winters and ice ages, which is precisely why mammals are so dominant in the world, whereas once upon a time it was reptiles. So then greed is just another form of hoarding, another form of comfort and security, of accumulation, but accumulation of stuff. So hoarding is very much like a pathology, like an obsessive compulsive expression of the nesting instinct, right? So we were talking earlier about mammals and nuts in their dens and all that kind of stuff, and we talked about gluttony with fat in the body, of course. So the next expression of that um, would be stuff of value, that what other people consider valuable. In other words, greed is the hoarding and accumulation of things of value. And greed has a sister, if you will, or twin, and that's envy. Because what is of value to you is probably of value to others. So what they own and what is of value to them may be of value to you. And when you desire something that somebody else has, you're coveting someone else's property. And so that's one step away of being a thief. And to be envious of another's success is to be insecure in your own success or your own status. If you envy someone else's status, you're insecure of your status and you desire their status. So you're greedy for status and you're never satisfied with the status you have. And so you identify with and attach yourself to the status that someone else has. And if they improve their status, you don't register their status as an improvement that you should be happy for and congratulate them on and say, wow, that's great. You were down here, now you're up here. I'm so happy for you. No, you see yourself relative to their bump in status and you take it as an affront. You feel threatened by their increase in status because relative to them, you are now lower. their success has taken from your status. That's how you process it. That's how you see it. That's why greedy people are miserly, cheap people. They don't tip, or they tip very little, the bare minimum of what they can get away with. They don't give to charity, they don't help others because they're hoarding. Because they judge themselves and their status on this outward measures of value. And a lot of the time, greed goes hand in hand with envy because they're measuring themselves, they're judging themselves against the only thing they can do, and that's their peers. Someone who's greedy can only judge what they have and what they own against some other precedent. So and so has the accumulated the personal wealth of a small third world nation, or this person made this much money in the stock market, like they had the GDP of a small country. Right? You always hear, these kinds of comparisons, or they will make these comparisons. They have the Forbes top 500 or top 100, the 100 wealthiest billionaires in the world. Right? It's always a list. It's always saying, because it's an inversion of the hierarchy, but they always have these levels and levels and levels, and they don't. Greedy people, truly greedy people, are greedy to get to that next level and beat so and so and get ahead of so and so. It's this very competitive type of thing, and they don't want to lose so much as a penny because it was so hard fought. They worked so hard. They invested so much into it, into getting it in the first place. But then they envy if somebody else passes them, or somebody else surpasses them, or moves ahead, because again, relative, because they're always measuring themselves to other people. That's essentially greed and envy. They're intimately related. They're intimately related, just like lust and fear are intimately related. Then we get to an interesting one. How about laziness? What about sloth? Laziness. What's laziness then? You just don't want to do anything. It How is laziness lust, and how is laziness fear? Is laziness lust or fear? It's a good question. It's worthwhile meditating on. But let's see if we can't work through it. By the way, we have a chat. We have a link. You can join, because this is an interesting thing. We all know that laziness is a real ego. Laziness is a thing. But what is it? What is its true nature? So far, we've shown gluttony, pride, greed, envy, right? Lust and fear make 7. So that leaves us with laziness. No, sorry, lust and greed make 6. So it leaves us with laziness, which is the 7th. Well, it really comes down to self-observation. And it really comes down to a different a different currency. It's the same currency, but it's a different expression of that same currency. Attention and energy. You see, each one of these egos, we were describing, for example, greed. Greed is not just accumulating and accumulating and accumulating, like hoarding, right? Hoarding is not just hoarding, 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 hoarding. One of the key things about hoarding and greed, as we mentioned specifically in greed, the inability to give it away. Miserliness, cheapness. And in hoarding, it's holding on to things for dear life, being so identified with it that if you start trying to throw away stuff, it's like you're throwing a part of yourself away. So it's a preservation instinct, right? The identification and attachment to that stuff. This is why in Buddhism, they always use the words identification and attachment. And the reason why they use those words is precisely how they relate to fear. That the ego itself, its sense of self, its sense of survival, its sense of being, its very existence relies on capturing the consciousness. That's identification and attachment, such that the stuff that you are hoarding becomes an extension of who you are. Now, we won't begrudge anybody who wants to hold on to their hand. If somebody comes along and says, we're chopping off people's hands, and you say, not my hand, you're not, we won't begrudge you that, because a hand is a part of your body. And even though your body is not who you really are, we have to be practical. You can't go away giving away your limbs or it's not so easy to give away organs. Right? If you can give away a kidney to save a life, that's your decision. And if you do that, then that's a beautiful sacrifice. Wonderful. But you can't go giving away your heart while you're still using it. That's impractical. But hoarding and greed is like that. The ego creates the attachment, that creates the identification that makes that stuff or that money or that property or that fame or that fortune or that title or that reputation an extension of the self that's every bit as important and precious to us as our own left hand. That's the attachment, right? And the identification is you can't have my left hand. It's my left hand. I'm still using it. What comes into our mind is Monty Python and the Meaning of Life, live organ transplants. But that's another. That's just an aside. But so now let's come back to laziness for a moment. The energy. And if you say time is money and my energy, if you think about hoarding energy, like a gluttonous person hoards food and packs layers of fat onto themselves to make them feel substantial and satisfied. They have that feeling of, oh, yeah, I'm full. Now they flop down on the couch. And they unbutton the top button on the trousers. They put on the TV, right? And now they're ready to just feed me impressions. I just want to zonk out, zone out. I want to become like a zombie. There's kind of like this connectedness with laziness. Because being takes effort. Being takes energy. Not being is effortless. I'll say that again. Being requires energy. Being requires an active consciousness, to be awake, and an a application of energy. We must put energy into the activity of being. Laziness requires no expenditure of energy on our part. It requires no concentration, no focus, no consciousness. In fact, laziness is the ultimate in unconsciousness. But something gets our energy in those moments when we're being lazy. We're so lazy that, but that's laziness itself that's feeding off of us. So it says, just relax. Here, put on the TV. Here's a video game, which you can play like, you got your controller in your hand. You're half zombified. Or you put on the television show that you watch like half zombified. You're half falling asleep, half awake. You got dishes piling up in the kitchen. You got laundry piling up in the hamper. You've got bills piling up that you should be paying. You've got all kinds of stuff that you could be doing, should be doing, but you're not doing any of it. You're just simply not being. And you're going through your day and you're being pulled every which way, your attention here, attention there. Everything is vying for your attention. And you remember this stupid lecture on YouTube or whatever that says, "Oh, but pay attention to yourself. Don't forget your divine mother." And your mind says, don't do that. You can't do that. You don't have energy for that. You don't have attention for that. You have all these other things you need to worry about. Yeah. Being really, really, really busy and keeping yourself really, really, really busy is also laziness. Laziness is anything that keeps you from being. Laziness is the ultimate in not being. Because even lust and even lust and fear, even if it's passive, it's still, you have a concern. You're worried about something. You want something. You have a desire. Laziness is even the absence of that, where you're too lazy to even care about your own survival. It's lack of, it's like the ultimate in lack of self-care. You don't even care about surviving. If pride is loving and caring about yourself too much, laziness is the opposite of that. What's interesting is that laziness may therefore seem like it can't have lust and fear at its heart, because lust and fear are kind of active and you're worried about survival, right? But if laziness, you're not worried about anything, then how can laziness be a product of that? But that's how insidious and clever and subtle egos are. Because remember that the survival that we're talking about here is the survival of the egos themselves. Lust and fear serve the self-preservation of the egos. But egos are by definition not being. To be present, to be conscious, to be aware, to be requires the expenditure of energy. To hoard that energy, not for the sake of applying it in any which way, in order to not be. And even scatter the energy and scatter the consciousness. To be a scatterbrain, to have ADHD, to be a busybody, and have all this stuff to do, and be so busy you don't have time to observe yourself. You don't have time to meditate. You don't have time to pray. You don't have time to study. You don't have time to do anything. I'm too busy. I have too much to worry about. It's the ultimate in laziness. It seems like a contradiction. It seems like a paradox. But laziness is simply not being. And that's what ego is. It's not being. The being is the greatest threat to the existence of ego, which is not being. Laziness is a survival instinct. It's a survival mechanism. Laziness will not proliferate egos, but it will preserve them because it will prevent the energy in the consciousness from flowing back to the being. Laziness is a defeated army burning its tanks and burning its bridges as it retreats, so as not to allow their military hardware and the infrastructure to fall into the hands of the enemy, to fall into the hands of the conqueror. This is why laziness can even be expelling and wasting all the energy. It's the equivalent of an army that's been defeated and on the retreat. And as they retreat, the soldiers are firing all their ammunition into the air or blowing up all their munitions so that the munitions don't fall into the hands of the conqueror. In Iraq, during the Gulf War, as the Iraqis were pushed out of Kuwait back into Iraq, right? In the Gulf War. What do? They lit the oil fields on fire. This is laziness. Laziness is spite. Laziness is it's all of these things. And let us never forget that from our point of view, lust desires our sexual energy. Lust feeds on our sexual energy. Laziness sucks the sexual energy out of us and expels it into something. Laziness is slow motion ejaculation. Laziness is slow motion orgasm. It's orgasm that's stretched out over, hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. If orgasm is a sudden explosion of sexual force, laziness is a slow leak. Drip, 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 over hours and hours and hours. Or it's that frenetic keeping us so busy, so distracted, and so crazy. Like if that's our personality and we're frantic or whatever, and we can't even be really lazy and just flop down on the couch and watch TV for 4 hours. We always have to be doing something. So we're always, even if the TV's on, we got our phone here, we got something else going, we got something talking on the phone, and then now I want a snack, and we jump up and go get a snack, and then we got, we're finding something else to do, and oh my gosh, and then I have to do this, and I forgot to do that, and we jump up and do something else, right? We might be that personality. We might have that type of frenetic personality energy, but that laziness, that not being, that always fluttering about, like someone described it to us like a butterfly, or a moth, from leaf to leaf to leaf, or sorry, from flower to flower to flower to flower. So it's hard to visualize and describe that as sloth. It's easy to understand and visualize sloth, slow motion draining of energy over time. It's harder to comprehend that busy bee personality as laziness. But insofar as that busy bee personality is always reactive, that ADD, ADHD kind of personality, that busy mind, it's always distracting us with something new. It's preventing us from really focusing and really being in the moment and remembering our divine mother. Because remember, being takes energy, being takes effort, being takes consciousness. And if something's stealing our consciousness and siphoning off our energy, first in this thing and then that thing and everything in every which way, laziness is lust in slow motion. And it is fear in the control and manipulation of spite, of defeating the opponent, which is the being, through a scorched earth. If I can't have it, no one can mentality. Laziness is the spiteful manipulation, control, and siphoning it off of sexual energy for its own sake. To not be. Simply not be. Not be angry, not be greedy, not be envious, not be afraid, not be lustful, right? Just not be anything, but particularly not be the being. Laziness, if you visualize all of these things in a kind of downward spiral going towards a drain, laziness is right at the bottom, right at the drain. Laziness is that drain. It's the last thing, it's the last line of defense. We like that military analogy that came to us just a few minutes ago because it really is that. Even if all the other egos are being advanced upon, they've got laziness there to blow up the bridges and ignite all of the ammunition to make sure that the being can't get his hands on it. And this is so important to grasp because so many self-styled spiritual people, they think they've got a handle. They think that they've got a handle on all their egos. They're not greedy. They're not envious. They might not even be lustful. They're not proud. They help other people. They do all these other things, right? And they're not lazy. They're industrious. They're busy. They keep themselves busy. And they go around and they go to church group and this group and that group and they volunteer here and they volunteer there and they do all these things, right? Really good, really spiritual people, right? But they don't know this insidious drain called laziness, the embodiment of not being, the essence of not being, the one ego that really captures what it means to not be. And through laziness, they're being controlled and manipulated. And all their energy is being drained out. And they might be doing really good things for really other people. And they think that they're making all this advances and they're making all this progress on themselves, but they're not observing themselves and they're not remembering themselves. And even billionaires who become great philanthropists and spend the rest of their life giving away all that they have, it's just a trick. If you don't have self-knowledge, if you don't awaken, if you don't do the work on yourself, giving all the money and giving all the time and giving all the energy and everything away to everybody else, it's just laziness. All of your energy, all of your consciousness is being consumed outside of you, and none of it is being applied to your innermost. So if you do all those things mechanically, if you do all those things with pride and a kind of self-righteousness and a kind of narcissism, and you know people like this, people that aren't complete, they're not whole unless they're constantly doting on others and constantly these busybody people that can't sit still. They can't stop. They can't just be. They're always doing something. Doing. Even if it's doing nothing. That's laziness. Laziness is human doing. And we are not meant to be human doings. We are meant to be human beings. And how are we supposed to get anything done? Being a human being done. And that takes effort. That takes consciousness. Why? Because of the challenges, the sacrifice, the suffering, and because of all the opposition inside of us, all these egos that are going to be trying us to do, to be a human doing. Even if that's doing nothing. So really, the opposite ends of the spectrum, we now have a continuum. We have a kind of circle, a continuum. And at one end, we have lust and fear. And on the other end, we have laziness. Doing. Not doing anything of the other stuff, just doing, even if it's not doing anything, but not being. And it's slow motion orgasm. It's slow motion fornication. And all of the egos, because they all take our consciousness, they all manipulate and control, and they all siphon our sexual energy. It's all fornication of one form or another. And it's all fear, dominance, and control in one form or another. And laziness is the last resort, where the egos say, okay, we can't get them with fear, we can't get them with pride, we can't get them with greed, we can't get them with envy, we can't get them with gluttony. Well, if we can't get them, no one can have them, especially the being can't have them. So we flush them down the toilet of laziness. Do you see? Can you grasp how important all of this is? And why it's not enough to say lust is the mother of all egos, and it's not enough to say fear is the antithesis of love. No. Dharmakaya says, could you speak of the test of Dyrene related to lust on the path of initiation? No, we cannot, because we don't even know who that is. We don't know who Dyrene is. And no, we can't speak to that. Sorry. You'll have to do a Google search, go to glorian.org and do a search for Dyrene. We don't know who that is. And here, why don't we? Let's see now. Irene. Okay. So, if nobody else has any other questions, we might as well here. It says, Dyrene, a test or ordeal of fidelity. Let's make this bigger so you guys can see this. Okay. When Jehovah Elohim says to Adam and Eve from the tree, Da'at, the sexual force, who is in the middle of the garden, which is Yesod, you shall not eat. This is the first ordeal. But who is the one who gives to Adam the apple? It is Eve. In this case, the Dyrene ordeal is in relation with the female aspect. But when people read literally, they think that it is in relation with a male who is going to be tested by a woman in the physical world. Of course, if I am a man, I will be tested by a woman. But if you are a woman, you are going to be tested by a man. And that is the Dyrene ordeal, because that Dyrene ordeal is a female force. It is not related with certain women or certain men. It is always related with our genitals, sexual force, which is always feminine. And that quote comes from a lecture related to the Arcanum 22. So basically then, what they're talking about here, Dharmakaya, is the temptation, the fact that the temptation of lust. So that's when we are being tempted to fornicate, we are being tempted to eat of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, which means we are being tempted to indulge in the orgasm. And as the quotation here suggests, it doesn't matter what sex we are, it's always that temptation comes through a sexual partner. that we are tempted. Or, let's be clear, we can be tempted, through pornography, masturbation, etc. However, because this is related to an initiation and has a name Irene, it will be with a sexual partner. So if you are beginning to practice white tantra, or whenever you're practicing white tantra with your partner, you will be undergoing the Irene ordeal. Well, maybe not always, but you will, and you will have to overcome it, and you will have to overcome it more than once, because it's a cyclical spiral thing. And as you advance in white tantra, yes, in many ways white tantra becomes easier, but in many ways it becomes more difficult, because maybe the temptations are fewer and far between, but when they arise, they are that much more intense, and they are that much more, because the higher you go on the Aum of life, as you're doing the expanding spiral, each time you do a revolution of the hero's journey, each time you have to descend into hell, and you come back from hell, you pass the test, you come back from hell, you're at the next higher level. But then when you descend again, you're going to be going to the next deeper level, and you will have to face that demon again, because you have to comprehend these demons in all 49 levels of the mind, and in accordance with the 33 vertebrae of the spinal column. So it's not like we pass one of these tests or initiations once and then that's it. It's not like that at all. So that's then what the Irene. So does that answer your question? As we've often said before, words and labels and names are not our strong suit. We do not have a mind for remembering these. It's something that has something to do with the fact that it has something to do with the fact that we're here to help a humanity and cast the broadest net. And we use visualizations, and we use allegories, and we use the living, breathing word of the Logos, which is writ large and small in the book of life. So we talk about Mama Bear and her cubs. Like last week, what did we say? We say you can call God Chippy. If you can see God in a chipmunk or a squirrel, then that's God, and you can call him Chippy. God doesn't care. So we are not attached to labels. We just don't. And I think we were born with a kind of premature Alzheimer's or whatever, which prevents us from being able to spout off all of this jargon and all of these labels and names from like 10,000 years of spiritual tradition, which just causes people's eyes to gloss over. Right? But hey, we can talk about Game of Thrones and Lord of the Rings and what people like. Oh, that's cool. I've seen that. I know what he's talking about. This is the Aquarian way. The living, breathing word of God is all around us. It's not in a dusty old tome written in Sanskrit 7,000 years ago. It's not confined to that. And even though the avatar of Aquarius was the Buddha Maitreya, it's synthesizing all of the teachings from all of history and synthesizing it into a codex, which he called Christian Gnosticism for the Aquarian age. And we needed that. We needed that. We needed that to be in many ways, our modern day library of Alexandria. But the point of a library is not to become a prisoner inside of it. The point of a library is to give you that which you need to step out into the world and see and discover the world anew. To verify for yourself anything and everything that you read in the library. To point you in the right direction. To give you the context, the framework, the background with which to go and seek the truth for yourself out there in your own experience, on your own path, in the wide world around you, which is all God. How many times have we read, or have you read in your esoteric studies? Study the egos, study the egos, study yourself, comprehend your egos, comprehend your egos, comprehend your egos. Has it never troubled you that nobody has ever really taken the time or made the effort to break down what they really are and how they really work and what's really going on inside of them? We've just shared with you the so-called 7 deadly sins, and shown precisely, and maybe not completely and holistically. There's probably gaps, and there's probably extra things for you to know and discover and find out. Well, I mean, we wrote an enormous article just on fear alone and the many, 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 many faces of fear, because we didn't talk about social anxiety. We didn't talk about anxiety in general. We didn't talk about depression, for instance, and how all these other conditions flow and form these other formations and conditions and phenomena are further expressions. But what we have done, what we hope we've done, is given you a nucleus and a foundation, and recognize that this oversimplification, lust is the mother of all egos, oh, the harlot of Babylon, every harlot has a pimp. Every harlot has a pimp. No mother can give birth to anything without a father. Period. Full stop. And there is the mythos of Lilith and Admodius. It's there for you to discover and to read. If there's something in that tale, that story, which fleshes out what we've discussed here today, what we've shared with you today. But rest assured, this phenomenon, and as we just today posted and made, we hang on a second, here, just one moment, we'll no. Where are we looking for? Here. So we just posted this on Facebook today. You may have seen this. This is our new egos in the context of Game of Thrones. Here we show how lust and fear work together, and that it's not enough to say lust is the mother of all this and fear is the antithesis of love. And as you know, it makes for a good soundbite, it makes for a good meme on the internet. But in understanding that this part, that egos enslave consciousness and devour vital energy, these two universal aspects of all egos are precisely what are our clue. The enslaving of consciousness is fear, because that's dominance and control. And the devouring of vital energy, that's lust. That's lust. Lust wants to be filled up or expelled out, right? Down and out. The sexual energy flow down and out from us because the ego wants to consume it. So it makes us want to spill it. And the fear wants to control and dominate us. So it can enslave and it does that by capturing our attention and enslaving our attention. That's what it wants, our energy and attention. Fear gets our attention, and lust gets our energy. And they work together. There's a dance that they perform. It's a hypnotic dance. It's like a belly dance, but it's both of it. It's like watching championship ballroom dancers. Right? This was our what we did for today's talk, and we found this image. This is Lilith and Asmodeus by an artist on the internet. And so when you think of any ego, think of this dynamic, think of this couple, the mother and father of all egos and all suffering, lust and fear. And that is why these are the two most dangerous and most difficult egos that any of us will overcome. And they are at the heart of any and all ego that you're trying to comprehend. So as you're observing and diagnosing and analyzing in meditation how that ego goes about controlling you and stealing from you your energy, you can use the information that you learned here today What is it like? What is it really after? What's it really after? What's this really all about? This greed, this hoarding, this binging, this laziness, this whatever. This is not a invitation to fall into spiritual bypassing and say, well, I don't have to study on any of these egos in myself, and I don't have to work on myself in those ways. All I got to do is get to lust and fear. No, because you've watched Game of Thrones probably, and you know that if you kill the king has heirs to the throne. You have to deal with the whole corrupt family. You have to deal with the whole mafia. You can't, it's like in Marvel, in Captain America, they have that evil group called Hydra. And they say, you cut off one head, two more take its place. Okay, you have to be like Hercules. He cuts off the head, all 7 heads of the Hydra. Each one is unique, but you can understand, comprehend better, and observe better if you have a framework with which to comprehend that all egos want energy and consciousness. And at the heart of that is some application of lust and some application of fear. And if you know that fear is either dominance or hoarding, and lust is either taking in or draining out. It can be masculine, it can be feminine, it can be extroverted, it can be introverted. You see, you have these different dynamics now in this framework with which to apply and test and observe. And then you can start narrowing in, honing in on your analysis and get you closer to that comprehension that you seek, the synthesis of knowledge, of self-evident experiential knowledge, when you now know that ego in its entirely, fully. But it's not enough to know all this intellectually, and it's not enough just to believe it. It's not enough to chalk it up as saying, oh, well, that's interesting, and move on with your day, because we have to apply this. We have to do it. We have to practice it. Does anyone have any questions? We're just shy of 3 hours, so we open it up to anybody have any questions or anything else to add or offer or share. All right then. If no one has, maybe raise your hand or give us a sign if you're typing something. We don't want to we don't want to cut you off if you're in the middle of typing something. But okay, if there's no more questions or comments, thank you for joining us, and we hope to see you again next week. Have a good week. We hope you found this informative, and we hope that you will find it useful and practical, applying it in your life as you observe yourself and as you make an attempt to comprehend the many defects and vices that are standing between you and your being. For us, anyway, maybe here's a quick confession we have for you. I mean, we've already said this in the past, but we'll say it again anyway. For us, these live streams are a waking meditation. We had, coming in today, the title. That's what was given to us. Everything else, absolutely none of what we shared with you was cognitively pre-planned or we were precognizant of in any way, shape, or form. We had the title, and we went through the process of allowing ourselves to be led to where we arrived at, which, among other things, included what is, in my opinion at least, a revelation when it comes to laziness. And what laziness really is. So thank you. Thank you for giving us a reason to take this time and make this effort for your sake, because in the process of doing so, we learn. I learn. I discover, I hear things that I've never heard before, that I've never read before. And it's through this process of, it's almost like a psychoanalysis, if you will, but it's not, it is a psychoanalysis in a very real sense, but in a general universal sense, what applies to all psyches. But this process, it's not an intellectual process. It's not a mental process. It's a conscious process. It's a process of cognizance. In many ways, as Azil says, it's like an opera of exchange, sharing knowledge. For us, as you might imagine, it is practice, but it is also gives me the quiet confidence of knowing that I can do something like schedule a lecture with a title and a topic that I know next to nothing about. And I only have the title. And this is what's called suffering the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, because people start showing up and they expect to hear about that topic. And so, it's been over a year since we started doing these live streams, but to one degree or another, we've been doing this all of our life, to varying degrees of success and varying degrees of mistake and error. Like, for example, last week, we said that last week's lecture on September 11th, 2022 was precisely 11 years after September 11th. Well, no, of course it wasn't 11 years after September 11th. It was 21 years after September 11th. So not too good with the math. Not too good with the math. That was my mistake. But even 21 has esoteric significance to it because it's 7 times 3. So, but regardless, let's as Azil says, yeah, I would have joined if it wasn't for being depressed and have become an expert of not being able to do anything. Aha. But I can listen for sure. Let's jump in. Let's come back to that in a second. But first, we say, Benjamin says, thank you for sharing your knowledge. I've learned important things today in comprehending my outer defects and vices. You're welcome, Benjamin. We're glad to hear it. We hope you can apply what we've shared with you. Okay. Depression. Depression, metaphysically, and we hope this can help you get to the bottom of it, because depression is very, very, it's easy to diagnose on the surface, right? It's relative. When you're depressed, because as you said, you become an expert in not being able to do anything. We know we've suffered from depression for a very, very, very long time. And the principal symptom of depression is the lack of energy, but the lack of motivation, the lack of, you might have the desire, you might have the longing to do something. Like, you might be able to muster the intellectual, cognizant, yeah, I got to do something, or I have so much to do, or I have this, that, but you can't muster the energy to put behind any kind of willpower. You just feel tired all the time. And tired is not an accurate description. You feel drained. Drained. Something is draining you. That something is anger. It's rage. And it is raging in the subconscious. And because it's in the subconscious, you don't know that it's raging. You don't have access to that. But what you do have access to is the malaise, the radiation. Here's something, if there's a takeaway from today's lecture, it is that energy must flow. Energy cannot be created or destroyed. Okay, that's important. We always talk about egos consuming our energy. Well, they do consume our energy, and they do bottle up our consciousness, but the energy that they consume, the energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can only be transformed from one thing to another thing. So what is it transformed into? It's transformed into ego poop. Yes, egos poop. Bet you never thought of this before. Bet you never thought of it this way. We take in energy and we poop. And guess what? Our poop, it's food for other beings. Our poop is food for plants and food for bacteria and food for other things. Love our poop. Flies can't get enough of our poop. It's transformation of energy, transformation of matter, transformation of life. Egos take our sexual energy, they consume it, they invert it, and they poop. Now, it's easy, right? You know this. When someone's raging at you, they're throwing all this anger, this energy, this negative, these negative vibes, these bad vibes. But that's on the surface. That's outward. It's conscious. It's out there. It's easy to spot. It's easy to feel. But twice today, we talked specifically about when energies are consumed by egos, but they're directed internally in the subconscious. And twice we described this radiation which seeps out, which leaks out. And it's this void, it's this like absent, it's negative energy. And into that negative energy, all the positive energy flows. Remember, being and not being. Not being is not being. It's a type of energy, but it's a void energy. It voids positive energy. That's what the void is. Depression, then, it's the same phenomenon. It's an internalized, introverted, subconscious sort of rage. But rage, anger, we know this from our own experience, anger takes a lot of energy, sucks a lot of energy out of us. And after we rage, we feel spent, like more than an orgasm. We take our anger out on someone, or we yell and scream, or we go and we beat the hell out of a pillow or beat the hell out of a heavy bag in the gym. And we just take out all our anger and everything. And afterwards, we're like exhausted. We're just spent. But depression is like that, but it's like laziness, and that it's like slow motion rage in the subconscious mind. And it just sucks the energy out of us. And what we're left with in its place is anger's poop. That stewing, that malaise, that melancholy, which is just this radioactive field of life suck, and it just sucks the life out of us, drains us from within. So we have what people call sadness, and we have that dominant symptom, that inability to muster up any energy, because depression, the word itself, to be pushed in, to be depressed, but it really means is being undermined, being mined from beneath, and having our foundation scooped out from underneath it. And that's what causes a depression. The depression is just on the surface. But what causes a depression is weakness beneath the surface, a hollowing out beneath the surface. That is what leads to depression. And as Azazel says, certainly as I've observed it in dreams, well, in the physical. Now, aha, but here's the rub. In our case, which we suffer from depression a lot, but we know that our demon is fear. And we know from Star Wars, from The Empire Strikes Back, from Master Yoda, fear leads to anger. And as we discussed today, it is because the attachment to outcomes, the attachment to dominance and control, the identification and the desire to control and dominate circumstances in our life, when they don't go our way, that is what makes us angry. Anger is always related to that. When we can't get what we want, when things don't go our way, we become angry, we become frustrated. What have you to be frustrated about? What have you to be angry about? The depression doesn't ask you that question. Depression asks you, what have you to be sad about? Why are you sad? Why are you so sad? What's making you so sad? And we would say, what's making you so angry? Specifically, what are you so afraid of? What are you trying to control? What do you want to have happen or not have happen because of an attachment to an outcome that you desire for your own comfort and security, or that you fear and you want to avoid? What is or is not happening, which is or is not satisfying, well, specifically, what is not satisfying either of those two conditions, getting what you want or avoiding what you don't want? And you'll begin to get closer to the cause of your depression, what's behind the anger, which is draining you of your will to live and your will to be. Because that's another way you can describe depression, right? Not being. Depression is unwanted laziness. It's forced laziness on the surface. And it's a feeling of helplessness and uselessness, which we know very, very well. So these are now clues for you to go and meditate on. The things that are happening or not happening in your life. And in the past, we seem to recall a live stream that we did that was entitled Waiting in the Dark. and Waiting in the Dark. And it was, pardon us while we burp up a storm here. Let's see here. Let's see if we can scroll down and find it together. The poster is the poster. Here it is. Okay. Okay. This is it. So season 1, episode 28. And we can't guarantee this, but we have a feeling, we have a sense that during this live stream, we were talking about being lost in the desert and waiting in the desert, and we also probably shared being depressed and that not being able to do anything, we started becoming angry or depressed by not being able to do anything. So in other words, it was a downward spiral. It's a self feedback loop. If it would have been handy if we had people to go through these, or to mark down the times when we were talking about certain topics, like in a journal. Then we could add in timestamps and whatnot. We can't do that, which that's too much for us to do, to keep notes of what is coming to us and what we're sharing with you in real time while we're sharing it. And we really, really don't have the time to go back and spend 3 hours re-listen and jot down notes and do all this timestamps. That's why most YouTubers have what they call wrenches. They have volunteers and stuff to help them do this kind of thing. But so it's possible that in this lecture you will find that. The other lecture, there's another lecture that comes to mind, related to how to endure suffering. And there are a number of different lectures. We know that we talked about the lighthouse analogy and being in the storm. And in any case, we know that we've used our own experience with depression to inform our work here in the past. Yeah, so I hope it's fruitful for you, but to be sure, as you are observing what it is that you're frustrated about, that's happening or not happening, that might be the cause of your anger or the disappointment that's raging in the subconscious, which is causing the depression. This comment you made about becoming an expert in and becoming an expert of not being able to do anything, this is an aspect of the downward spiral of depression. When you become not just cognizant and self-aware of the fact that you're not able to do anything, but it's almost as if it's being rubbed in your face, and you start obsessing over it. You can't stop worrying and beating yourself up over the fact that you're such a useless nothing to nobody right now. You're completely useless. You're helpless and hopeless and hapless. And it starts wearing on your nerves, and this negative feedback loop starts happening. And this is a clever way that the egos of fear and anger, or indeed lust, because lots of people can fall into depression out of sexual frustration. So in our article on the many faces of fear, we talk about fear being the great chameleon. And now after today, you know that fear and lust are intimately intertwined. They are husband and wife. So it can also be that something as simple as doing pranayama can help. Taking a walk in the sun, taking a walk in nature. There's listening to beautiful music, listening to music that speaks to your soul. There's lots of things that can help. But if you're preserving the sexual force and you're not spilling it, and your lust wants you to spill it, your lust can be raging. Your lust can, through her partner, through her husband, fear, and the desire for outcomes that they can cause depression. And it might just be practicing some pranayama and practicing the Maithuna, the sixth rite of the Tibetan, the rites of rejuvenation. That might be enough. Or doing some exercise, or just burning off some of that excess energy, and quelching that fear and frustration in the subconscious mind. But Zaziel says, yeah, it's not even sadness and feeling helpless. It's basically just not being, as you said. Yeah. So depression is like a forced laziness, and it's because the egos, particularly, well, again, it's lust and fear. It's whatever is behind your frustration, but now they're raging. They're like having a party in your subconscious mind. It's like a rave. And hey, they need energy to have a good time, and they're having a good time. They're having an orgy at your expense, and they're sucking all the life out of you from the surface, and that's what causes that depression, and that's how you feel. And we know that. We know exactly what that's like, and we know that it can, in our case, sometimes it would drag on for months. Sometimes it would just be for weeks. Sometimes it would just be for days. But we had periods where we were depressed literally for months, and we got so. Now the key to it all, of course, is to not give in to those feelings of helplessness and everything else. The key is to just observe it, is to allow it, is to sit with it. Because believe it or not, sooner or later, the egos will get tired, and they will have to sleep. They will take a rest as well. It might take a long time, but in the meantime, what's key is to allow it, not fight it necessarily. If you can do things that uplift you here and there, and surround yourself with nature and beautiful things and so on and so forth, then more power to you. But don't try to resist it, and don't try to become obsessed about it, because that's just feeding more energy to it. You just want to observe it, and just try to be indifferent of it. We have the which we've discussed also in live streams, the lighthouse analogy. And that's the analogy where we observe ourselves as a boat in the middle of a storm, in the middle of a tempest, and that we have the option of feeling ourselves lost and lost in the storm, or we can observe that vessel is going through that tumultuous experience, but we, the observer, are in the lighthouse. And it is precisely our observation from the lighthouse which will guide the ship into shore past the dangerous rocks, and will spare it from being broken up on the rocks. And when we can observe that, and it's a very useful analogy to remember, that you are not to identify with the depression. You say, I feel depressed. I feel depressed. I'm not I am depressed. I feel depressed. And as Aziel says, yes, I'm observing it, But the question that you posed of what it is we want, not want, was something that I haven't reflected upon yet in depth. Well, then, you have your homework. You have a way forward. So, would anybody else like to share or ask a question or have anything else to contribute? We are all ears. Now, we yeah, well, boy, there's so much more we could share, but we won't. We won't do that. Some things are between souls, as it were. But let's put it this way. A bodhisattva is here to help liberate souls who are trapped in hell. And at the latter end of this week, we received cries for help from two different women on two different sides of the world who are going through a living hell. And each are battling, I mean, literally their own demons, literally. And while it may be a fascinating case study, it's too soon. And for us right now, it just feels too much like gossip. That's the God honest truth. It just feels too much like gossip. But rest assured, if we're successful in helping these individuals free themselves from the hell that they are in, then at some point in the future, we will ask their permission to be able to tell their story in an anonymous way. And then we will share with you the hell that they were in and how their demon had enslaved them and what it took them to free themselves from the better part of that enslavement. Because it's a process, right? It's not all at once, liberated for all time. It's step by step by step. So Dharmakaya says, give thanks for all of this valuable information to help us in our work of self-discovery. You're welcome. You're welcome, Dharmakaya. It's our honor and our privilege. Would anybody else like to ask a question or say anything? Mugaboo says, about having expectations. Shouldn't we have expectations? Let's say, for example, a bodybuilder, they go to the gym almost every day for years, eat a special diet. They expect something from their work. Yes. They hope to achieve something with their work. An expectation is not just a hope. An expectation is a demand. An expectation is an entitlement. If I do this, I expect to get big. I expect a return on my investment. I want a return on my investment, and I want it to be this way and this way and this way and this way. That is an attachment to an outcome. But if you exercise, you say, I'm doing good things for my body, and sure, I hope it'll improve my physique. I hope it'll help me get rid of some of this flab that I'm not too proud of, or what have you. It's very subtle because we are been all brought up and conditioned to be in a world where expectations are glorified and they're worshipped. Expectation is a good thing. Here you are yourself. You're saying, well, isn't that a good thing? Isn't it good to expect or want good things to come from the work? Yeah, it's subtle, but you see the difference. Once you get the flavor of it, it may be as subtle as the glass is half empty and the glass is half full, but you know how big a difference that makes. Going to your guests, going to your family or to your in-laws' house on a holiday. You walk in the door, you can reasonably expect or believe or hope that they're going to treat you with hospitality. They're going to give you refreshing things to drink and delicious things to eat. But if you go into that house expecting hospitality and expecting their best wine and their best food and their best service, what kind of energy do you think you're going to be giving off? And how friendly and amicable a time and how good a time are you going to have? Right? It's when if we use our imagination and put it into practical application, that we get a sense of that. Say, yeah, if I go in and I'm expecting this, that, and the other thing, when I don't get it, I'm going to be upset. And I'm going to be looking at them like, what the hell is this? Cheese and crackers? You call this hospitality? You call this service? I expected your best wine. You gave me ginger ale you didn't even put any ice in it. You see, it doesn't take much imagination to put yourself in that position, into that role, like an actor might. And very quickly you realize, oh, so that's how I become an asshole. That's how I become a bad guest. That's how food critics are like, and those food snobs. And you know people like this. They're never happy. They're never happy. It doesn't matter what you do for them. It doesn't matter how you bend over backwards or what you do. They can never be satisfied because their expectations are past the moon. They expect so much. They expect everything that nothing is ever good enough. Now, that's an extreme, but you know people like that. And it's just a question of degree. So having expectations, it's so innocent. Right? What's wrong with that? The mind says, so there's nothing wrong with that. No, there's nothing wrong with that, except that there's everything wrong with that. Because little expectations tend to grow and grow and grow and grow and grow and grow. And before we know it, we're one of those people that everywhere we go, we expect everything from everybody. And when nobody can live up to our expectations, we walk around blaming everyone and everything. Oh, what the hell is the world gone to hell in a handbasket? Nobody does anything anymore. Blah, 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 blah. Right? And you know people like this. Yes, Azazel, there's, yes, pride and fear. Yeah, that narcissism, right? The world revolves around you and your expectations. And your expectations are nothing but the desire to control, your attachment to outcomes. And Azazel says, lust for fame and power is what empowered my depression for sure, at least in part. Mystical pride, in a sense. Lust for fame and power. Well, that sounds like there's a personal story involved. So something has to do with the fact that fame and power has been denied to you, and you are depressed about it. You are angry about it. In other words, more accurately, you're angry about it. You're frustrated that fame and power, and perhaps the mystic pride. So maybe the fame and power has to do with some kind of a spiritual path or journey or some sort of status. and and having the object of our mystic pride denied us can definitely be a source of frustration and anger, and it can be fear driven. We'll give you an example that we've shared this before. We only had enough astral experiences as we needed to have, and then our astral body was taken away from us. We are we're not allowed. We're not permitted. It doesn't matter what we do. We know all the techniques. We used the techniques in the past, and then we had the experiences we needed to experience, and then boom, it's denied me. I don't have my solar astral body. I can't astral project. It doesn't matter what technique or mantra or what I do or how hard I do it. It's not going to happen. Now, here I am doing what I'm doing, teaching what I'm teaching. Walking the path of the bodhisattva, and I can't even astral project. I can't even project into the astral plane. We're channeling truths from the seventh dimension, from Absolute, but we can't awaken in the astral plane. Try to imagine what kind of a effect that has on a mortal being, a mortal person. Along the lines of fame and power and a denial of dominance, control, and fame. Yeah. How about having live streams like this and having on average 7 people watching, or having our YouTube channel and our blogs and the things that we write and things we do, and having 566 followers, when other people have millions who either they're black magicians or they talk total nonsense, right? And here we are doing our best to speak the truth and give the truth teachings, and we have 7 people on a live stream and 500 people following us and a few on this is the path. What we are sharing with you, and there's on these live streams, acceptance, surrender is the freedom and liberation from mystic pride. In other words, humility. To be humiliated and accept that humiliation is what we need. And what's raging inside of us is precisely that which must die. Because if that gets a hold of the energy and the fame, the control and the dominance, we've talked about this before. We shared our experience in Japan when we were shown the line that separates Christ from Antichrist is a hairline. There is nothing more dangerous in this world than a fallen bodhisattva. There is nothing more dangerous in this world than someone who is on the path of the bodhisattva and slips and falls. To be on the path of the bodhisattva and not be the subject and object of abject humiliation, to be beaten down to the ground until we are on our knees in complete and total surrender to whatever may come, even if nothing comes, especially if nothing comes. And that's what waiting in the dark is about. And as Azazel, we know roughly, well, we know we know that you're younger than us. And so we know that in that video, we talk about the 40 years in the desert, and we talk about the how our lives are separated by years of 7, and that we only begin to be prepared for our life's work at the age of 42, give or take, in the early 40s, and we only begin that work when we reach 49, 7 times 7, give or take. So patience. And Azazel says, yeah, because they can get away with horrendous things undetected, like certain killers in history. Bodhisattva have the potential, depending on their level, the level they attain, the level they are at when they reincarnated. When we say they have the potential to be a Christ or an Antichrist, we have to try to comprehend what that means. Adolf Hitler was a candidate to be the avatar of Aquarius. He was turned. Look what he wrought on the world. Imagine what he might have accomplished had he not been turned, had he not fallen. And look at what he did, what he wrought on the world, because he was fallen, because he did fall. This was not expressed to us in any intellectual way, shape, or form. This was shown to us. We've shared the story, but if you want to hear it again, we have a written testimony of it. And all of our bookmarks have all been rearranged for some bizarre reason. Don't know why that happens. When Google Chrome updates, it decides to put all of our bookmarks, which were all nicely in chronological order, they're now all completely screwed up. So now we have to try to find this article the old-fashioned way, which is, it's here somewhere. There it is. So we have this. You might be surprised that it's this article of all articles that we talk about our experience of being shown. There's the link. It's in the chat as well. But it will become clear if you read the article, where it's the subtitle, the subheading is, no, the subheading is this one. Gaming is a means to mystical experience. So you can just scroll down, start reading from this heading, and it'll become self-evident. So it'll become self-explanatory. But in this section, we talk about an experience that we had in Japan, and we were shown. And when we say we were shown, the proof was in our hands. The evidence. We were indicted. We were indicted in the court of our own consciousness, in the court of the Christ. The being of our being indicted us, and we held in our hand the evidence of that indictment. The smoking gun was in our hand, and the lords of karma proclaimed, like we were in a metaphysical minority report. And if you've ever seen that movie, you know that there's this phenomena called pre-crime. It's based on a book by Philip K. Dick, if we're not mistaken, the same author who wrote Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, which is the basis of Blade Runner. We think we have that right. In any case, the movie was with Tom Cruise and the other actor whose name eludes me, but Tom Cruise was the headlining actor. And it's all about these clairvoyant oracles that are able to see crimes before they happen. So people are arrested and taken off the street before they can commit their crimes. So I was in a metaphysical, spiritual version of that. And I was being indicted, and in my hand was a smoking gun. And what was I being indicted for? For being the next Hitler on this planet. And this was not an intellectual thing. I had the smoking gun in my hand. The proof. And I completely collapsed. I imploded. The realization of that, the realization of just what I am capable of was enough to set me on a path of self-denial and surrender to Christ. And even then, and I was only 25 years old, and it would take another 10 years before I took the next step of that surrender. But that critical step of surrender, the first critical step of surrender like that I was 5. The next 15, the next 25, and the next 35. And the next after that, 45. And in each one of those steps, there was a terrifying precipice and a little death. As Azazel says, like a fog that covers the world in which things take place out of vision for others. We're not sure exactly what you're referring to there. But if you mean whether things that are good or bad, the influence, the sphere of influence, a bodhisattva's sphere of influence is planetary. As bodhisattva lift souls out of hell, the ripple effect extends to the planet, and that ripple effect ripples through time, through space. He says, take the concentration camps, for example. When were they discovered? After the war. Much was known. Much was known during, but nothing could be done about it. If those things hadn't been known as they were, and they knew, and then there were other facets of that, like, for example, IBM, which and there were other corporations which sold to the Nazis, and they knew what IBM knew what its punch card system was being used for. So war is big business. Suffice it to say that the influence, that fog that you're describing, okay, it can be a perfume, or it can be poison gas. But the sphere of influence of a bodhisattva is planetary. It's worldwide. And if that bodhisattva falls, then that fog of beauty and truth and light and love that would perfume the whole world becomes a toxic gas, and it chokes and it poisons the entire world. And those really are the only two options. Unless through some miraculous turn, the White Lodge is able to nullify their impact, and they vanish into relative obscurity, or through some act of Black Lodge envy and sabotage and envy, that they get assassinated or something to that effect. There are ways to mitigate disaster at times, but then there are other times when it just... Beware this mystic pride, beware this desire that why isn't it already happening? Why am I not already doing it? Or why can't I already do it? A bodhisattva doesn't crawl before he walks, before he runs. A bodhisattva runs before he walks, before he crawls, before he kneels. And he prostrates and he throws himself at the mercy of his divine mother and begs and pleads. Before any exaltation comes a great humiliation. Zaziel says, crap. Yeah, real bummer, huh? Look, it's a real shame that the Bible was edited the way it was, and that all of Jesus's miracles and all his deepest teachings and stuff that are attributed to him prior to being crucified, all of that happened after he resurrected from the dead, when he was the living Christ. So let's put whatever suffering that we're experiencing into some context and into some perspective. Doesn't matter what we're going through, right? We haven't been crucified yet. And if there is something of that nature in our future, then be happy that you are being prepared for it. That whatever it is that you're dealing with, coping with, facing right now that is so disturbing and upsetting and disappointing, it's what doesn't kill us makes us stronger. But the path of the bodhisattva is suffering and sacrifice. And our Divine Mother orchestrates that and chooses that for us. We don't get to choose that. We don't get to choose. No one gets to choose how they die. Our choice is how we face that death. And thank God we have the mercy and severity of our Divine Mother to prepare us for that through all these little deaths, all these little letting goes, and slowly cycle this, like paring us away, like carving us, like chipping away the marble and allowing that perfect David that's inside that block of crude hewn rock to emerge. But it's a process. Chip away, chip away, chip away. Mugaboo says, I had a vision lately. I was handcuffed and my Holy Mother uncuffed me. I came to understand that for a reason, for years, I was locked up. Earth is like a prison. The soul has to do the same. A beautiful, beautiful vision, beautiful dream. And bodhisattvas have done horrible things and also many great things. It's true. Fallen bodhisattvas, the higher they are, the faller they fall. Every demon was once a master, was once an angel. And this is the great game, the great struggle, the great challenge, and the test and the ordeal that we all face. And this is why the battle is within. The battle is with our own egos, our own demons, because every single one of them wants to sit upon the iron throne and wants to rule Westeros. Never forget that. So if you watch Game of Thrones and you watch the scheming and the conniving and the backstabbing and the plotting and all of that stuff, you just remember the Game of Thrones is inside of you. The Game of Thrones is our own psychology. And yeah, desire, lust, and fear, craving and aversion. To dominate and control, to rule and exploit. Any other comments or questions? We're at the 4-hour mark, so we think it's probably as good a time as any to say goodbye, and we will hopefully see you all again next week. Until then, all the best. Take care, and inferential peace.